Good morning, chat. My name is Penbu, the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making vtuber on Linux, and today we're doing a work session. It's been a while since we've done one of these. Normally, this is for things like thumbnails, but I have no thumbnails to make today. Instead, there's a whole ton of stuff to do, and hold on, let me just check. Okay, I'm audible. Yeah, there's a whole ton of stuff to do, and I kind of need time to do them. You'd think not having a full-time job would mean I'd have all the time during the day to work on it, but either I have bad time management or that's not the case. In any case, we're gonna go through stuff today. No Pomodoro timer or anything like that, just get stuff done. I don't really have a checklist. I kind of have a vague idea of what I want to do, but we'll see. And feel free to use this time to be productive yourself. These are not meant to be entertaining, they're meant to be productive. Anyway, let's say hello to everyone in chat here. Tia and 529, welcome in. For those of you who don't know Tia, she's a new VTuber, debuted only a couple weeks ago. She does philosophy. Highly recommend. Okay. So first order of business is going to be to upload a clip, because this one's going to be easy. I just got to find where I put this clip. So for those of you who don't know, this is the clip account where I put clips of a bunch of different VTubers, including myself. There's only a few things here. Most recently was a karaoke duet that I made, mixing Nice Eggy and Kip Chintamani. I never say that name right. But today we're going to be uploading a clip of my own, and that is... thanks for the shout out. Yeah, no worries. Absolutely, absolutely happy to give those out to new friends of mine. Okay, which one was it? I think it was this one. Yes, you can't hear this, but for those of you who are in the Discord, I did post this, I think, on Twitter and Blue Sky. It is the clip of me playing, what was it? My Heart Will Go On. This will actually probably should be a short on my channel too, but we'll leave that for later. In the meantime, we can go ahead and upload this one. So for those of you who haven't seen the YouTube upload process, this is what it looks like. And it doesn't let me upload. Okay. Come on. I think this might be a problem with my file manager. It does like to do that sometimes. I haven't figured out what's wrong with it. All right, videos, VTuber clips, Penbu. I'll go ahead and show this here. I'm keeping my resolution at my usual 1080p today instead of the 1600 by 900 that I usually do on stream, just because I think it'll give me a little bit more space to work with. Axe was in my stream. Yes, he was. He has actually been showing up a fair amount, which I do appreciate. There we go. Now, what did I call this in the tweets? I put it in my clips channel. Not that one. Nope, not this one either. That is what I have here. Thanks, I had to, of course, play the famous reporter song, is what I said. So VTuber plays the infamous recorder song. I think it's probably what we'll go with here. Actually, I don't have a thumbnail for this, come to think of it. I'm gonna need the Titanic, or a picture of the Titanic or something. We'll work on that. Playlist, this one is one of me, so that goes there. This is not altered content, this is not a collaboration. Tags, we'll fill that in. This is English Canadian. Recording date, this was not too long ago, November 28th? Yeah, last week, last Friday. Standard YouTube license, people and blogs, this is music. Not news and politics, music. Okay. Penbu VT plays My Heart will go on, plays an excerpt of, because it wasn't the whole thing. I didn't do the I didn't do the whole key change or anything like that. It wasn't the whole thing, it was just part of it. But do I need to say that? On the alto recorder, Allos 509B, because that's what that is. I'll put that over here. I'll make this a little bit bigger. Original stream. I actually do have to figure out what I said before that. I think this one is probably a good template to work off of. Yes, okay. Because actually no, I have YouTube streams that I had before, so I can go check those out instead. This one. This is a whole big set of stuff. The thing is, I've done compilations. I haven't really done single clips of any YouTube people. Okay, so I can't really do that. But I think creator featured, probably the thing we can use. Creator featured, gonna be Penbu VT, and I'll link to my YouTube and Twitch. That's going to be youtube.com/@PenbuVT. So, and then this is going to be twitch.tv PenbuVT, like that. Original stream, and I can grab this from the live channel, and this was a November stream from November 28, 2025. Sure, let's go with that. Titanic song. Recorder. Eileen Dion. I need more VTuber tags. VTuber clips. I got all this stuff. I should probably put this in a template because I'm gonna need these tags over and over again anyway. Sure. And we're gonna need a thumbnail. We're gonna do that. And I need tags here So tags on YouTube don't actually matter a whole lot, or not as much as the description, but they're still good to have. Titanic. My heart will go on. Celine Dion. Candlelight. Which makes sense if you remember what the original one was. Matt Mulholland, Candlelight. My heart will go on. Probably don't need all those words, but this one recorded by Candlelight. So we can try to hook on that. Standard YouTube license. I'm surprised actually that this doesn't get picked up, because my original VOD did get picked up. It did recognize that this was My Heart Will Go On, but apparently not here. Basic, anyone, this is good. Right, I need thumbnail. So if we take the... where did I put it? I can maybe take this screenshot. The thumbnail style I have on these videos, well, I don't really have a consistent style yet, but they look like this. Basically, a screenshot from the stream, and then perhaps some text over it, which is, to be honest, a lazy way of doing it, but kind of needed to be very quick and easy. So we can take this, and then we can take Yasutoya, the Japanese clip art site that people always use. Titanic? Surely you got something here. Ship. We can maybe go with this one. Now we can search in Japanese too. The word for ship in Japanese is hune. That one's probably okay. This one's interesting. Oh, actually, no, never mind. That's not what I thought it was. I was reminded of this this game by Bio 100% called Super Depth. For those of you who saw the Wind Depth stream from a year ago, it was the same people who made it. Yeah, this one's probably okay. This one's probably okay. So with these ones, you can use these freely, or almost freely, but definitely within the... We're going to be using it for allowable purposes. I actually don't know what the Titanic looks like. One of these, okay. It's not quite the same, but I think it's probably close enough. An ocean liner. Then we're going to, I don't know, add the gradient here. About halfway. Create a guides, crosshair guides. Foreground to transparent. and then take off this offset here. And maybe change this out to, nope, not that. Okay. I want this to be a little bit more, how should I say, a little bit darker. So we can maybe do this and then just stack a bunch more. I don't know how I feel about that. Let's mark out the quarters. Vertical quarters. We can have this centered on the quarter. Maybe we'll mark out the rule of thirds. Rule of thirds on this layer. I'm gonna say roughly there. I don't think I actually follow rules of thirds, because if I try to do things, or if I try to align things along the thirds line, it usually looks a little bit off balance. Actually, we're gonna want some text too. We're gonna put this down here. Now we're gonna put this down here. This is the bottom thirds, bottom third line, so that's probably okay. Put that there. We'll put some text over here or something. That's really cool to see someone else's thumbnail making process. Yeah, we I know a lot of people use what is it, Google Slides or something, but I actually know how to use an image editor, so that's what I use. I'm kind of curious, what do you use? Okay, I need to put this. Where do I need to put this? We're not done yet either, because I do something a little bit unconventional. I'm gonna go to videos, vtuber clips, 2025. Also recorder. And then we're going to go ahead and export this as no text. Clip Studio Paint, it's already what I draw things in. Oh yeah, right, because you're an artist. Tia, by the way, drew her own model art, which I think is very cool. Gotta get my $300 worth. Yeah, fair enough. This one goes in here. And then we pull out EG-Sub to abuse its text rendering. So for those of you who haven't seen this one before, this is a subtitle editor that happens to be better than GIMP at text manipulation, so I tend to use it for that instead. Subtitles, the styles, this is in clipping. We'll give it a title. We'll go on, and this gets the title. $54. Yeah, that should be good. I might have to shrink that text a little bit, because it is a little bit large. Or I do this instead. Do AN, what am I looking at? AN9. Do it like this. And go around the ship. Okay, I think it just implemented tempo changes in music play. Very good. What symbol did you end up settling on? Was it the whole note equals? I'm not quite right about this. We have this, and then we have... S -1, -2, 3, 4. Sure. You haven't ended up expanding it? Ah. Yeah, I'd like to see that then. Penbu VT should accept anything from double to 16th. Interesting. Now I will use my style here because I can use this, copy the script, overwrite that because I'm not using the default style. I can change this to Penbu. I'm going to change this to Penbu. And then this is going to stay that size. It is not going to stay that size. It's going to FS 200, board 8, 10. Alto recorder cover by Penbu VT. This is gonna have to be in two lines. So we're gonna make this A and 9 and 3 and 3. We have it like that. We're gonna duplicate this so that we can have two lines, one there, one here. I'm gonna switch those two. I need to say live alto recorder. And then I need to put Celine Dion. Does Celine Dion have an accent? Now for the fun, hard part, I need a good example for the docs. Ooh. I don't think I have one for you. Thanks for checking. You know what would be funny though, if you actually no, so it's only... Oh, wait a minute, hold on. There's this illusion that would be kind of fun to play around with. Auditory illusion. That's not how you spell it. Not the shepherd's tone, but I can get to the other one through this. This one? I don't think it was this one. There is one... Yeah, I mean, obviously this is not going to be a good example for the thing, but... Tempo? Tempo... There's one that's like a shepherd tone, but it's with the tempo. Tempo illusion. I'll have to go find this another time. But I'm pretty sure I found it through this page at some point. It might be Risset's rhythm effect. Or maybe it isn't, I don't know. This is too much text. I'm looking at this and this is too much text. If I make this 150 instead. Then we have board 8 is what that normally is then. And then I can move this one down a little bit. And move this one up a little bit. And then I can maybe actually, instead of having this over here, I can put that over there. So if I make this A and 7, move this over here. And then I move this instead of that. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. FSP. Change the spacing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 15. I could just split this out into a into another line, and probably would be better to do so, but oh well. So what this tells me is I need to shrink this so that it fits within there. So we're going to go ahead and copy just the subtitles to the clipboard. Paste that on top. So that we have a size reference. I'm going to go ahead and shrink this. So that's there. Move it maybe a little bit this way. That's resets? Okay. Then we're going to re-export this. Actually, no, I don't need that. I can just copy this. We're going to put that over here. Thumbnail. I'll just take this, copy that, and then export. That's the wrong one. This is the one that's no text. I overwrote the no text version. And we'll re-export this, that the no text. We're going to do that. Now normally YouTube thumbnails, they're supposed to be 1280 by 720. Some people do them at 1920 1080. This one is done at 1920 1080. Mostly because the original was at that size. YouTube will resize it down. But if you want absolute control over how it looks, it might be better to... Usually when I do my thumbnails, they're at 720. But in this case, I'm a little bit lazy. I'm going to go ahead and compress those. Let's compress this one first. Compress both of them too. Compressing them so they take up less space on my system, even if it is only a couple hundred kilobytes. And it will take a little bit because it is a bit of a large PNG. Come on. Well, anyway, in the meantime, I wonder if I even have A/B testing on my main account. That's interesting. Okay, there we go. So then we go ahead and upload this for the thumbnail. This bothers me a little bit. I don't know if I care enough though. That's fine. It's not my main channel, it's alright. We can import the... Which one do I usually use? Import... I think I import this one because that's the same type. Not this one. Import this one, not this one. Import this one. It doesn't have an end screen. Okay, never mind. We are going to import. Yeah, we're just going to import this one. We're going to change this up a little bit. Obviously can't be over my face there, so I need to move this over on this side instead. This is actually going to be two things. It's going to be best reviewer and the original, because I do stream on YouTube and that VOD is available. I think I can have up to 5 elements or something. So I do have space. Not eggy. Gonna be me. And this is not the most recent upload. This is going to be a very specific video, and this is going to be the thing that I had earlier. How's this one? This one. And actually, come to think of it, I probably do want to make sure that I have the timestamp on there, which thankfully I have over here. This is something that pretty much nobody else does. I make sure to have the timestamp visible as much as possible on my VOD, so that it's very easy to go back. I know it's this stream and this timestamp. So if I ever see a clip in the wild, or if I make a clip, I can go back very easily to where it was. Now, sometimes on occasion I'll forget about changing the ID, in which case it's unfortunate, but so far it hasn't happened a whole lot, so it's been fairly reliable. Yeah, except when I forget to manually update it. So there is a thing that might actually fix this. So how was it called? Advanced Scene Switcher. Lucian, welcome in. Long time no see. For those of you who don't know, Lucian here. Sorry, Lucian. I gotta remember not to say it the other way. He is a composer, VTuber. I don't think he streamed for a while, but yeah, you were. He was a big help during the telephone collab from the other month. You can get the Twitch VOD ID too, with a bit of difficulty, I think, because at the start, or when I set things up, I don't have a Twitch VOD ID yet. I have to start streaming to be able to get that. I've been streaming. I've been on hiatus because there's live stuff. Hoping to come back soon. Well, waiting your turn, but you know, take your time. Life comes first. All that stuff. So one thing that I found out the other day was the Advanced Scene Switcher has a script module. So I don't know what this thing has access to, But if it has access to other scripts or other things, I don't know. I might be able to make this easier for me. This feels like something I can probably use. Because I have the power of a whole scripting language here, and as long as it has access to specific OBS stuff, I might be able to make the two scripts communicate. Okay, so now we figure out where this goes. I know you can't hear this, but that's okay. Can put it over here because this is where it roughly ends. I think roughly here. And that says that's the minimum that I can leave it up for. I can't go any shorter than that. Okay. So that should be okay. So this is on top. This one is for me, or for the channel itself. Always want to highlight the VTuber who is featured rather than the clip channel. So that's why we're having this one on top. And then I was going to say T equals, and then it was at the very start 21901 2H19M01S or 1S, I think. And that should cover that. Don't have any subtitles, don't really have any cards. That's good. Visibility public right away. And we can go ahead and publish that. And then, now that is up, I can go ahead and post this in the Clips channel on Discord. That's one thing done. Almost done actually, because I need to add this to my playlist. I don't know how much this is going to bother me, but as long as I don't look at it, then it should be fine. Can I search clips? Clips, yes, right there. I could fix it. I can fix it and then change it. No, but the problem is then we have this gap here. But I mean, I could... No, this is probably fine. The play might be to make the text smaller, but I also don't really want to do that. You also generally want to be avoiding... you want to avoid putting stuff in the bottom right corner, because that is where, for example, that comes up. And so nothing important should be there. But at the same time, is that really important? Because nobody's going to catch... That's not really going to be eye-catching. This is the eye-catching part. If anyone reads... So that text is pretty readable, I'd say. Okay. Well, that one's that one. And for those of you who haven't seen this stream, it was last Friday. Where I pulled out the alto recorder. which I got off Throne. So thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for giving me that one. If you'd like to gift one, gift an instrument for my collection, which will be used on stream, there you go. I think I have a couple more stuff on there. Throne.com/penbubt. What do I have in here? Yeah, slightly less big instruments. And if you've never seen these frogs before, they're great. You rub the stick along the back, and it makes a noise. Okay. Next up, I'm gonna close some of these things. And for once, I'm actually closing tabs. Next up, I figured we're gonna continue making images. Just gotta find where I put it. I thought I put somewhere. I don't know if any of you remember this. This is a really old one. This comes from the video for To You, the first original composition that I put out on this channel. This needs to be turned into album art. So I need to take this and turn it into a square. And we did that using, if I can get this thing to load, none other than EG sub again. But I do need to make sure that this is square, because the background here was not a square. I need to crop this into a square, which should be fairly easy. I can just crop with a fixed aspect ratio. The guide, the crosshair guides, which doesn't really matter because it should look mostly the same. Not currently or only. I want the entire image. So there we have a square. Export as background square. I'm going to go ahead and compress that while we do that. But in the meantime, we can go ahead and load that one. Music XML only puts metronome marks on the first part. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So yeah, I guess you'd have to keep a running tally or something of where it would be. Resample script, remove board, add borders. I want to remove borders. I want to keep the same thing, I just want it to shrink. I think I want to remove borders in this case. And then this needs to move this way. Is this margins? These are margins. Oh, those are margins. Yeah, I need to go back. I need to know what this looked like before. Also, I need to make sure I don't accidentally overwrite this. Album art. I think I remember doing this with Voltas without us on the measure level. Shouldn't you be able to figure out which measure number it's on? Oh, on the note level. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, because you can... you can have a metronome mark mid-bar. That is a thing that you can do. Now, I was going to say it's not very common, but... Well, it's not... I wouldn't say it's particularly common in written scores, but... If you're trying to emulate a gradual tempo change, you will have tempo changes within the bar. Could for now panic if it's not the start of the measure. You could, because that would leave room for expansion later. Okay, So, figure out what the... So these are all 81. We just need to make sure that the margins afterwards are also all 81. Background squared, remove the borders, change the margins back to 81. And then everything should just look fine. And there we go. My Muzak Clay is still perfectly capable of handling this kind of notation since it has no constant measures to begin with, just converting from music XML is tricky. Yeah, that makes sense. So this is easy. So now we have album art. I can go ahead and compress that. And this is another reason why I like to use EG sub. Not that I usually do not that I usually do this kind of thing. Actually, hold on. I need branding. I need branding on this. I need the logo. Why did I not have the logo on the original? It's kind of important. The logo, if you didn't know, is also a subtitle file, which is a bit of a questionable choice, but it was also one of the easier options for me to do. Which I realized I probably can't do this. Okay. I'm going to need to do a hybrid thing and do this in GIMP. So we're going to go ahead and take this, put this in GIMP, and then put the logo on there somewhere. So I'm looking at this one. This one? I think this one. I'm gonna make this darken only. Gonna shrink it. I think it would be best over here and just change that so we don't get that, which means I'm going to need to copy this. And then take this, add a layer mask selection so that it only shows up on that part. So now we cover this part, and then we put the logo down there. I kind of don't like this. We can size it to be similar. Should be plenty. It's a little bit obnoxious. So what if we do that? And what if I move this? If I move this up here. Crosshair guides. Crosshair guides on the actual image. The only problem with this is then the balance is off. That's roughly centered. No, it feels like there's too much if I do it this way. Maybe this is the play. Because it's not like I need the text there, right? It's not like I need the text there, so I can just have this here. Okay. Well, let's go with that. Go album art branded. PNG. And I can go ahead and compress that. And then we move on to the next release. Which is Make It Through. I'm going to skip that because that's actually a little bit harder. That said, looking back, I don't know what to do with that one. Actually, no, I can maybe make that work. We're gonna skip Make It Through because that actually, the music video for this I made in OBS. For reasons. And the thumbnail was also made in OBS. For reasons. And so I'd have to start up a new instance of OBS to do that. And I would rather not do that at the moment. I probably will later. But in any case, we can go ahead and skip to looking back. That was in 2020. Was that 2025? Yes, it was. So this is the thumbnail. And it seems my copy doesn't work anymore. Thumbnail, album art. We're gonna go ahead and copy that. And then I realize that, okay. And we're going to want a, oh, wait a minute, hold on. Oh, this is insufficient. I actually need this at a minimum of 1440, not 1080. Which means we're going to have to resize this. And I might have to redo this for quality purposes, or quality reasons. So we can resize this one. Scale image, 1440. Too big's fine. Nobody's going to be able to tell the background anyway. So that's fine. And we... background square. We'll replace that. We export. We reopen this in here. Resample the script. Which is fine. We'll go ahead and paste that. Or save that, rather. And then we take this. We take this. And then we do the same thing that we did earlier. We put this down here. We select that. Add in a layer mask to the selection so that we hide that. And then we add the logo. On top. And size that so that it fits. Like that. And this one we had at darken only at 50. 50. Oh, 66.7. Okay, whatever, 50. And turn that on. And then that's what we should see there. Okay, so now we can turn this into the thing. We're branded, yes. And then, yes. And then we can go ahead and compress those. Wait, this is wrong. This is still 1080p. Did I just redo that on the wrong resolution? I think I did. I thought I said resample the script. Copy image to clipboard. Is this not? Oh, I see. I think I might have accidentally not saved that. Because I need to save PNG snapshots. Yeah, that would make sense. This needs to be album art. Alright, we're gonna do that a third time. We're gonna take this. We're gonna take this. And then we're going to take a rectangle. We're gonna put this in here. That's not right. It's still not right. Did I not change this to... Oh no, this one's the one. I'm gonna do that. Then we're gonna take the rectangle again. I'm gonna add the layer mask. I'm gonna add the selection here, hide it. I'll probably not hide it yet. We're gonna take the logo, drop it onto here, which is already conveniently sized, almost. I think I will shrink that a little bit. I had it sized like this. Or thereabouts. That's going to be darken only. And we're going to hide this one. Okay, now that's good. We're going to go ahead and do album art branded. Then we're going to export that as branded. I'm just going to double check that this is actually the dimensions that we need for this. Album arts. $1400, not 1440. But bigger is better, is what they said. So this is actually okay. So I am in the clear now. That's good for that one. Okay, so now we go back to this one. I'm going to have to resize this one, and this is unfortunately at 720p. I'm gonna hope that it's not gonna be too bad when we move it up to this. Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry about it. I have enough RAM. Yeah, I don't think it suffers too much. I think in the future what I'm gonna end up having to do is create the images at 1440 and then scale them down to 720 for the thumbnails instead of working from 720. Okay, so now we have to make the square. And to do that, I think what we're going to do is need to banner, not banner. not this one. Really? I'm pretty sure I have this bookmarked. Why do I not have this thing bookmarked? Okay. I'm gonna bookmark that because I use this a lot. And I'm pretty sure I already have a square, but we're gonna make one anyway. Okay, so now I have a square version of this at double the intended resolution. PR1. At the intended resolution. Then go ahead then and noise, pick, randomize 100, repeat 100, just to smooth things out a little bit. And then we can go ahead and put that on here. So I think what I'm going to do is figure out how much we have on here. So this is going to be... Oh, hold on. So we're going to pull out a calculator for this one. If we currently have 2560 and subtract 1440, it means we need to shift all of these ones over by 1120. I'm gonna pull out a spreadsheet here. Now I'm hoping it's just this one, right? Okay, I can make do with just this one. That one stays there, this one stays. That one can stay. The background will need to change. This one... Interesting. I reuse one of the thumbnails. So actually I don't need the spreadsheet, and I can just take the attributes from here. Offset X 602. And then subtract that, and I need to go at minus 518. And that should take me to that, which is a little bit problematic. Canvas size, we make this square. And then I need the text. There's going to be a small problem here because I do need the text. And the text comes from another EG sub file, of course. Unfortunately, we had this as the text. So I'm going to have to figure out how to fit that here, and I might have to move this down. That should be grouped. I'm going to group that. Move you over there. I'm gonna have some crosshair guides here so that I can actually see what we're working with. I'm gonna import this background now. And then we have the crosshair guides. We have that in the center. So I want to be working with the eyes in the middle, and then move Ket over this way, and then we can have the title over here. So looking back, original composition. Do we need original composition? Probably not. And I will have to shrink the text a little bit because this is roughly halfway. 640. Yeah, that's about halfway. That does bleed into a little bit. So we're going to do Looking back. Thumbnail, not thumbnail. This is going to be album. I don't know why it does this sometimes. It just completely, the clipboard just completely dies. Clipboard and dragging, for that matter. I'm gonna take this. Let that load in EG sub. I'm a little bit confused. Where's this from? Did I copy that? I think I might have copied that. In any case, that should be fine. Then we're going to go ahead and export this as no text so that I can use it in the thing. And then I'm going to get this over here. Right, because it still can't. I want to set video resolution. I want to add, remove. Like, there's not a whole lot of text here. I'm gonna say sets. Yeah, okay, that's workable. Or how about we don't do that? Because we do need to have it smaller, so I think the text will end up being smaller anyway. The question is it going to be so small that, or rather, is the difference going to be small enough that we can just not resample it? Actually, not resampling, I think, is going to be a little bit of an issue. This one? What's this one? Set to video resolution, which I think is what we did. Resample script, remove borders. I think it was roughly the same as what we did before. Okay. I think this gives us slightly better. We make this say 200 instead, and then I need the original ones. Where's my thumbnail? I already have it here. Okay, so 55. 1440 divided by 720. So this gives us factor 2. Well, that's convenient, isn't it? So 55 times 2, 110. So we won't want this to be at 110. If we have this at 150, that's too small. Yeah, 200 might be okay. Boards, say 8. Nope, 12. And we have it at 65. $65 times 2 is 100. No, that's not right. 130. Yeah, it is 130. Oh, it was always like that. Okay, so we do actually need to move this down a little bit. Move this up a little bit, rather. 90. 110. Yeah, 90. Let's go with 90. 80. I need it so that it looks roughly even here. I think that is. The original composition would be, if it's 200 here, that means it's 2/3 of what it was originally. So 160. 160 divided by 3 times 2 is 106, 107. Yeah, I'm okay with this. This looks like pretty decent album art. Go ahead and save that. And then we go ahead and compress those two. Then we move on to the next one. If I can find my thing here. We have only done 3 releases so far. 4, because this one technically counts. This one I think I'll just crop into a square, but I don't think that crops into a square very well. So we're gonna try that out. So that one's going to be waiting in your life. Oh yeah. If you do want to listen to this one, that's over here. So then in your life is this one. Once again, of course, the thumbnail was made in EG sub because, of course. This one is also at 720p, which means we're gonna have to upscale that. Thumbnail. Scale image, 1440. Can I get away with just doing that? No. Okay, I'm gonna need to change out the text here, which was what I expected, but and then we're gonna have to add back the branding too. We're gonna close a ton of these. This one takes its thing from the video.mp4. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna need to screenshot, save PNG snapshot, no subtitles. I need the original. And so this is what we have here. And then I'm going to go ahead and upscale that to 1440. And then cut out the sides so we only get the middle. Canvas size 1440. Center that. Okay, now we can add the branding back. It's not going to be this one, it's going to be this one. I should have added this first so I can compare it with that size there, because I think this is probably a good size. Tiny bit smaller. I'm gonna call that close enough. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that in here. And cut this out. This now goes over here. Over in the corner there. And then I have to remember how I did this one. Which thankfully I should have in my files somewhere. I'm gonna go hunting for that. Where might I put this one? Pictures, assets, backgrounds. Yes. This is why you keep all your source files. Ooh, okay. Screen at 2.5. I might make that a little bit more prominent. But screen seems like the right move to go. I might put that at 50. Or not. This might be actually just okay as it is. Probably not. Yeah, addition seemed like the right, maybe the right move there. For some reason, I think that's a addition versus screen. I'm not sure there's a difference because they're both white. I don't think there's a meaningful difference. And there might be a difference if they're slightly transparent. In which case, I think screen stands out a little bit more. But okay, we're gonna go ahead with this one. Go ahead and save that. Album art.xftgz. And we're going to go ahead and no text that. And then we're going to put this thumbnail, album art. Copy that, or open this rather. Load it so then I can do this. Then remove borders. I thought this was AN5, but okay, apparently not. Oh, I should be able to do this, right? And it should just work? No, apparently not. Why? Where did this go? Pause 72540. Yeah, that would probably be important when it's. Where is this? Oh, wait, no, of course. Because I was working out the video, which means it's not even there. There it is. I have to make sure the time is correct. We do want to shrink this. Because this is too large. We put this on even 300s. And then we shrink this to, what was it before? It was 324. 300, 324, 0.92, and then times 162, it's gonna be 150. And I'm gonna have to break this up because spacing in NS is not great. There's a whole hack that you can do. To get line spacing, but it's a hack and not an actual thing. Can't be right. That's roughly there. Yeah, let's go with that. Gotta use your eyes for this one. Maybe this should be solid. Should that be solid? Should that just be solid? No, that's probably fine. Maybe it does look better if it's solid. We're gonna make that solid. I can close this. I don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this anymore. Gonna remove that. Reopen the video file. Now that it's solid. Actually, what I can do, I can take an average. So instead of black, can you please go inside of the group? Yeah, we're gonna turn this into normal, but instead of black, as it is, it's black instead of gray. I think it's this gray that I have here. We're gonna set this to lighten only. So it lightens that bit, and so it blends in a little bit better. Not quite. Kind of. Got a dip? Alright, well, thanks for dropping by. Is this it? Or remove this? Yeah, this is probably the color I'm looking for, actually. We take this. No, that's just fully black. This is a gradient between who knows which colors, because I didn't save those. Yeah, maybe this is the play. Maybe it should be halfway between that and... Oh, this is actually 50%. Okay, so maybe it was this then. It was black at the bottom, and then we take this color, and we've set that to 50%, and we take this color, and whatever this is, and then we turn that into this. That's just a little bit darker, and I think that blends in a bit better. Okay, we'll do that. Then we'll go ahead and export that. And then we reload the image. Now this stands out a bit better, which is nice, I think, probably. I'm gonna go ahead and save that. And then we can save this as albumart.png and compress all the new PNG files. By the way, I know the GIF versus GIF pronunciation debate is a thing that's more widely known, but nobody ever talks about the or the ping versus PNG pronunciation, because properly speaking, if we look at the PNG spec, they say it's pronounced ping, but I don't ever hear anyone call it that. Whereas with the graphics interchange format, it's the creator says it's GIF, and then everyone complains about it. Okay, so that one's that one. And then now we deal with this one, which I'm going to need to open OBS for, because I did the thumbnail in OBS. I'm going to launch anyway. I know I have an existing instance up, and I hope this doesn't mess anything up. It should be safe to open multiple instances of OBS. No, don't do that. Scene collection. Not Win Classic. Make it through. I'm going to duplicate this, because I don't want to mess anything up here. Name of the scene oh, okay. I need to find the files again, which I think I know where they went, because I moved them into a subfolder. Okay, to make it through album art, I'm going to change this to recording shorts, because that's the square thing that I have. And I'm going to duplicate that to say album art. Well, I'm gonna look for this first. This is new documents, new scores slash thing somewhere. Scores. Make it through. Dist. Not dist. Can I put this under videos? 2024. Can you please 2024 make it through slash something? Oh, I'm gonna have to go look for this. Okay, so it's not here. Where did I put it? One moment, I gotta go find these things. And it's important that I have the the files, because that's what the waveforms are. They're based off the audio files. Okay, what are the file names here? I need to find. Yeah, no, it should be in here. Scores, looking back, or make it through dist. It should be in here. And right, PWD, copy. Okay, so we found them. I don't remember why it got changed. Oh no, because it was in drafts earlier, right? When I made this, it was in it was still in the drafts folder, but it's no longer a draft. Okay. So if we go into I'm going to not monitor outputs, because I don't need to hear this. But I will need these to be unmuted, so they do show up in the thing. And so this is why I did OBS, because I have this, and I automated the whole thing in Advanced Scene Switcher. It works. I don't know if I'd do this again, but it does work. Especially now that I have... Actually, I might do this again if I ever have to do something like this, because this effect, this wave effect, I have not found anything else that does it, so until I do, I'm kind of stuck with it. Okay, so once again, I need to figure out how much I need to move this by, and so it was at 1920, 1080, 1440, and that's gonna be 2560, 1440 subtract. It's gonna be 1120. And we move this whole thing by that much. So 15051120. Okay, so 385, which doesn't feel right. That should not be that far. Yeah, because it should only be over there. Sometimes I wonder about my my math skills. 1505 minus 1120, 385. Which is the same as what we had before. Oh, right, because it's scale. Okay, we're just gonna have to do this by eye. We're gonna put that over there. And we're gonna have to subtract. The video width is not 190 or 1920 more. This is gonna be. Wait a minute. Something feels wrong about this. I made the square. Oh, it's still a 1080, that's why. This is still a 1080. This is gonna mess things up. I don't want to do this. I can just scale it up maybe to 1440. Because if I change this here, that's going to do that. I don't want it to do that. That involves doing a whole ton of other stuff. I might just rescale this. Or upscale this. Because it is a bit of a pain to do. Okay, so this is all going to end up being... hold on. Undo a whole ton of stuff. So this instead of 1120, this is going to be 1920 minus 1080, that's 840. And that's going to be, what was it? 1505 divided by, or minus 840. 665. That looks a little bit better. And so, instead of this background, we're going to take the... We're going to take this background. The one that we had earlier. I'm pretty sure I have a square somewhere. I'm pretty sure I have a square somewhere because I've used it before. Yeah, here it is. We're gonna just put that in there. Move this all the way to the bottom. And then have the waveforms. So silence. Okay, this is gonna be 1080. We're gonna have to do this for all of them. For all of them over here. And then I'm just gonna have to figure out where in the video I had made the screenshot so that I can get the same waveform. Also, I need branding. I might need to change that to something else. Or I might need to move that over here or something. Okay, so I'm going to check my screenshots directory. Oh, this is going to be impossible to find. Because it was this one, right? And I've made this. How did I make this? Because I made it through the thumbnail scene somehow. What even is audio? How did I do this? Do I want this style? I can. Hold on. Wait a minute. If I can just. What if I just crop this? Because it fits. It fits. I can just do this. You kind of lose this bit, but it does fit. I can just do this. And I'll need to change this so that it has the correct branding. And because the background is blurred anyway, it's not gonna be that bad if I upscale this, probably. No, not canvas size, scale image. Right? It's not going to be terrible. Maybe not ideal, but it's not terrible. And I had the branding down there or something. Well, maybe this is going to be easier than I thought. It would be nice to make a high quality thing, but this is a little bit easier. Okay, so we'll have the branding there. Our crosshair guides here, and we'll have this down here. As I don't know. Multiply like 50%. That's smaller. Slightly smaller. Probably about this size. Maybe about that size. I don't like that we have two names there, but I do need the logo somewhere. I'd say that looks about right. So, a little bit easier than I thought because I didn't have to remake everything. So I guess I don't need this. Or is it gonna kill that? Okay. Well, that makes it easy. Album art.xf.g sets. I can go ahead and compress that too. Okay. So those are the 4 things that I might need album art for. We're at almost 2 hours. I think we can go over a little bit more. There was another thing that I might have needed to do. And that's to turn this into sheet music. Oh yeah, I can send this too. So if any of you want to listen to make it through, that's this one here. And we turn this into sheet music, so I have the MIDI file for this one. If you recall from this stream, we had tried to do something with Ardor and it didn't quite work. But I think in this case it might actually be good enough. And I will explain why once I open a new session here. Do I already have one? I might already have one. No, I overwrote it. Weightless. I do not. Okay. So this is going to be in beat time. This is going to be 2025 1204 weightless transcription or quantized. I say quantized. I've given it like 3 names at this point, and I've saved none of them. So then we're gonna go ahead and open up a new one because this one's acting up. This is going to be the documents, music scores, drafts, improv, weightless. Take the fixed MIDI and put this in here. And then we're going to go through and check out the bar lines. I might actually make it so you can all hear this too, because it just makes sense. I think you should be able to hear this. And instead of reasonable synth, this is going to be liquids, salamander. Okay. And I also need to make sure that I don't actually need this. But I guess it would be nice to see where the pedal is. We're gonna go ahead and include that. I'll start there. So Ardor has this tool here. This is the grid mode, the edit tempo, or edit tempo map. So what you can do, you can drag this line so it lines up with the start of your bar. And then you can drag the next one. I know where it is. Okay, so it is this one. Yeah, I need to drag the start of the next one so it's over there. And then you just keep doing that until you get it matched up. And so this is gonna take a bit. And so the intention after this one is that hopefully we get something of a rough grid, which then we can change to so that we can quantize these notes, but they're all the same length afterwards. And I have to make sure I do this on every bar, because otherwise things are going to mess up. Okay. Can't skip any bar starts, even if they do line up. Which, if they do line up a lot, that means I was pretty good at keeping time. And if they don't, then not so much. And the reason why we're doing this is because quantizing makes it a lot easier to turn this into sheet music. If you can say that it is not a human performance, then MuseScore will have a much easier time with converting it to sheet music. Otherwise, you end up with a mess. And I've tried it with this, and it already is a bit of a mess. Do I have to pull out my mouse for this? Make it a little bit easier. And so after I go through and change all the bar lines here, I'm going to delete all of these markers, which will then normalize everything into a single tempo. And that should make it easier to for import. Yeah, once again, for anyone who is coming in, this is going to take a while. And these work session streams are for productivity and not entertainment, so feel free to be productive yourself. I really hope this works, because it wasn't working when we did it on stream last time. Although we didn't quite do this specifically. Okay. How far in are we? I don't actually know how many bars this is, or how long the piece is. I don't want to zoom out. Yeah, it doesn't matter if I'm exact or not. It just has to be close enough. Because I will be quantizing this later, which means everything is going to be more or less normalized in terms of lengths and start times and all that. And then we can clean this up in MuseScore. Which is also going to be a little bit tedious. But it is work that you have to do. And there is a reason that I'm doing this, and The astute among you might be able to figure out why. Nor have I said why we're making album art, but you can probably figure out why too. Oh man, that is... I did not mean to delete a... Not mean to delete an 8th note or a beat there, whatever it is. It's interesting, I suppose. And I probably should keep that in, but also changing the key signature here is a little bit. I mean, it wasn't intentional. Should I? I'll just leave it out for now. I don't know if I'm gonna. We can think about keeping that or not. The thing with improv is that whatever you play is technically correct, even if it's wrong, because there's no right answer. This goes here. This is a little bit ambiguous. Does this go here? I think that goes there. Yes, that goes here. The advantage of playing the same right hand or left hand part over and over again is I can look at the bottom note on the left hand and can kind of tell just that when it goes low, it's the start of the new bar. Goes there. Oh, that's the end. Close enough. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and save that. And then we're gonna go ahead and start removing things from here. We're gonna say this is a roughly. The tempo for this is supposed to be roughly the same throughout. On average, this looks like it's about 80-ish. It speeds up. Speeds up pretty considerably after, near the end. It's getting close to 90. 80, 86, 87. I need a consistent tempo. And I can always add in tempo changes afterwards. But I do need to make sure it's on one tempo to start. I think I'm going to make this 80. This is pretty close to 80. So let's get some 80. That gets an 80, and that gets deleted. Can I delete this? Can I just start deleting things? think I can. All right. Can I just clear all tempos and then just... Okay, very good. Resize everything. And then we go ahead and quantize all these and hope it just works. I'm gonna do this in small chunks. If I can remember where this is. Oh yes, I did figure out how. So before whenever I selected something or clicked on it or whatever, it didn't make a noise, and I found in the settings how to make it sound, because it's a lot more helpful to make it sound than not. Okay. So this should be in here somewhere. Alt S. So we go ahead and quantize this and snap note to start. I want this on the 8th note. Alt Shift track MIDI. Is that not Alt S? L5. L5. Okay. Alt 5. Actually, welcome in. No need to answer too personal, but I'll be curious how you learned so much about music. Studying school, mostly self-taught. That's not a personal question at all. Yeah, so I think most of my foundation was in school. So I had taken, we had a music curriculum throughout elementary and middle school. So you know the usual music classes there. So they started us off on the recorder, and then in high school I took in middle school they had us learn either piano, guitar, or the drums. I picked up piano. I did that for 2 years. It was keyboard, really, not the piano. And then in high school I had you could take music as an elective, and I took music as an elective. I was supposed to take the beginner course because I wasn't playing a band instrument at the time, but it conflicted with one of my more core courses, so they moved me to the advanced class because they figured with my keyboard experience I had enough to play the Glockenspiel. Let me show that up. Yeah, this thing here. Because the layout of this is pretty similar to the keyboards, yeah. So that was all 4 years of high school in the advanced class, and they taught us theory and all that, and had us do compositions and whatnot. I had a pretty high ranking or high scoring composition for my my final year, so that was nice. But yeah, that's how I got into. That's why I have all sorts of percussion instruments, because I was a percussionist back in school. And then after that, I didn't take music in music university, but I did continue my composition works. And so it was a lot of just self-exploration, self-teaching. I don't think I taught myself too much. It was mostly just playing around. Whatever extra theory I absorbed after that was mostly passive. So formally I'm stuck at a high school level in terms of theory and stuff, plus a little bit extra. But in terms of experience, I have a bit more than that. I took a bit of a 5-year break in the middle from composing because I had writer's block, but then I started VTubing in part to get those juices flowing again, and here we are. Percussion, my weakness. Yeah, it's I mean, there are some. Do I have any? Oh, I have this on hand. I guess I can play a little bit here. Got to turn off the turn off the filter. Noise suppression, okay. But yeah, I mean, I admire how you picked up so many instruments. I picked up a lot of percussion instruments, but honestly, it's not super impressive because you basically just hit the. As long as you have a good sense of the rhythm and you can hit stuff, it's not too difficult. I have picked up a few other instruments, so I have the melodica, most recently the alto recorder got as a Foon that I still need to learn how to play. First reed instrument, it's actually more difficult than I thought. The violin, which I'm also still working at. A couple other bigger instruments. But yeah, I mean, I feel like if you have a good sense of musicality, it's not too difficult to pick up other instruments. School, you were able to retain much from school as you've been able to. Lots of people retaining skills info after school can be rough. Oh, I don't actually play keys, strings, and winds. Yeah, no, you're right. I do play the piano as well. Yeah, no, I suppose I do. I feel like I'm not at the level for piano where I can actually play. So I can play stuff, and the reason why I do mostly improv is because I don't practice, and I don't practice actual pieces. I feel like if I do practice actual pieces, I can probably get better. But I'm not at the point where I feel the need necessarily to do that. It would be nice, but I don't have the time and I don't have the need for it. But it would be nice to up my piano playing a little bit so that so I can play my pieces. But yeah, I think music has always been a bit of a passion of mine, and so it makes it a little bit easier to retain things. Right, so I was gonna go over this. So I have some egg shakers here, and these are pretty cheap if you want to get some. The ones I got come in a pack of 4, and they come in different loudnesses. And a very easy exercise to start off with is just to keep a straight rhythm. I hope that's coming through. And then you can have a second one. And so you can practice that for a little bit, and then you can get a little bit fancier with it. Oh. And I realized I had the background music going on for all of that, but you know, it's a lot of. I do acknowledge that I probably have some rhythm, a sense of rhythm after having played percussion for a long time. So I don't know how naturally that would come to a lot of people, but it is something that you can work at and beat Master Penbu. But despite my percussion experience, it seems like I can't keep time properly, given all the changes that we had to do here. Very nice rhythm, thank you. Where was I? Yeah, so we were quantizing this. So we want to make sure that we snap the starts and ends to the main grid, which is set at 8 notes, and I think that's as far as we need. And so what this is going to do is it's going to change the times so it's like that. And I think I do want this to extend all the way. So we're just gonna have to do this for all of these. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna quantize the starts. And then we're going to move these all so they're all like that. And it's honestly going to cause a bit of a problem for MuseScore, I think. We just have to go through these one by one. Tell me about the sequencing software. I'm looking to get any music production interests and software recommendations. So this is Ardour. Ardour.org. I'll send this over. It's open source. If you're looking to get this on Windows, they do ask that you pay a little bit, but you can pay just $1 for it, and you get updates for the current major version. If you're on Linux, you can usually get these free from your distro's repos, which is what I have. I didn't fork over any money for this. Maybe I should consider donating, because I do use this a fair amount. So I should probably donate at least a little bit. But yeah, it's or if you want to figure out how to build it yourself, you can also get it for free on Windows. But yeah, there's another, I can't remember what it was. There's another professional DAW that uses Ardour as its base, and I can't remember what it's called. So it is at least high quality enough for somebody commercial to build on top of this. I think there are some things that it could improve on, but for what I need it to do, it works fairly well. So you can do audio work in it, you can do MIDI work in it. Annoyingly, I can't export the MIDI and still have the timings, as we found out the other stream, but you know, it works. I'm hoping this workflow is gonna produce good MIDI output so we can import into MuseScore. Would you call it user-friendly compared to popular DAW like FL Studio? I think every DAW is going to have its learning curve. I can't say I've used two. So I've used Ardour and I've used Rose Garden. Rose Garden, I'm gonna pull it up here. It's not that great to use. Especially since some of the keybinds are a little bit weird. I think you have to press Control Insert or something to make it stop. But I do use this for recording MIDI because it is a little bit nicer. It's a little bit simpler to work with, specifically for recording MIDI. But for everything else, I prefer Ardour. Unless it's simple audio work, in which case I'll use Audacity. But Audacity isn't a full-fledged DAW. It's more of an audio editing program. But yeah, I think every DAW is going to have its own learning curve. I can't say I have an experience with what are the popular ones? FL Studio, Ableton Live, Reaper. Is Reaper free? I think the plugins are free. A name like Rose Garden is kind of ugly. It's free open source Linux software for you, I guess. Sometimes the functionality is more important when you don't have a designer. But yeah, I would recommend giving Ardour a try. Is that how we do that? I'm trying to think of the voices. I really don't like working in the piano roll because I can't visualize this as well. At least with sheet music, with music notation, you know, I can see symbolically what it looks like, but here it's a little bit too low level. Thanks for all the info. Yeah, no problem. If you have any more questions about it, feel free to let me know. No, I don't want to do that. One of the things that Ardor, I wish it would have is you can edit MIDI only in this view. You can't pop out a window to edit it. So that does come with some size issues sometimes if you have a lot of tracks and you're referencing another track to work on your MIDI, which I have done sometimes. And so if you run into that, you might have some vertical constraints. Can be a bit annoying, but otherwise, this is mostly fine. Is this correct? Interestingly, yes, okay. That extends over there. No, that extends over here. Because that is part of this here. Oh, that is going to be... Ooh. And why did I play it this way? I mean, it's not like I had any other choice though, so this is fine. By the way, for any of you who have music questions, we do have a Discord, and we do have a music making channel in that Discord, so you're free to ask whatever you want in there. We also have people sharing their works in progress, if you want to go listen to that, or if you have some yourself, you can go ahead and post those in there too. Quantize. How many bars do we have? Ardor actually has this feature called Legitize. And it makes it so that if you have a sequence of notes, maybe I can show it off on this one. If you have a sequence of notes, you can have it so that they extend, the note extends until the next one starts, which works if you have, which works only for a single line of notes. You can't select a chord and then legitize the entire chord. It'll shorten the other notes a little bit too much. So for example, if I do this, try to legitize that, it shrinks this down to nothing, which is not what I want. It'd be nice if it could do that, but it doesn't do that. But I think I should be able to legitize this. Also this. That might make things a little bit faster. Any incremental speed up is good to have. I could bind a shortcut key to it. Not going to. And then that all lines up too, and then this will all line up. How did I play this? I'm wondering if this is actually correct, which means I should be moving this. Is this all on the left hand or all on the right hand? These must be on the right hand. Surely. Oh, I can fix it in MuseScore, it's fine. Okay, so these go together. I guess I do that. Kinda sucks, but... oh well, what can you do? Or as a notation, you can actually just notate that to overlap. I mean, you can do that with this too. But it's not quite as clean. Alright, I still have a lot left to go. We're only over here. The end of it is over here. Maybe I don't need to extend the lengths all that much. What if I just quantize the starts and ends, and let MuseScore figure out the rest, fix it in post? Because the important part is the quantization. Because the quantization is what lets MuseScore figure things out a little bit more easily. There, that goes here, probably. Extends all the way to the end. It's there. There, this goes here. Yeah, it's probably going to have a little bit of trouble figuring this out. Means you're going to have to fix a whole ton of stuff. And then we go back to this. Is this correct? I wonder about that. I think it is. Might not be. Because this is adjacent keys on the keyboard that might, especially since it's so short, it might have just been a it might have just been an accidental press. But then again, I also do it here too, so maybe it is intentional. I'm gonna call it intentional. This extends all the way to the end of the bar. This goes until the until this point, and this also extends until the end. You know, these ones extending until the end. This one until this. I think we're about 1/4 of the way through. Should take us to about 3 hours. Okay. That. This. So I guess it is intentional because I do this, it's now twice in 2 separate sections. I don't know why I did that, but I guess it sounds nice. And then I'm going to extend this one there. And do that. This goes up. This extends until the end, and then this one extends until here. We'll have these extend here, over here. Yeah, that's about right. Watch as we do all this work and then it won't import. It won't import well. I had briefly tested this workflow and it only half worked, but I didn't go through the entire thing. So I wonder if that would have affected it. In the meantime, I hope you've all been productive or whatever it is that you've been doing all this time. I know this certainly been a productive session for me. Sometimes you just gotta do things in front of people for accountability. And as a streamer, anything is content. No, this goes over here. I feel like I'm getting a little bit faster at this. Okay, so question, is this intentional? No. So I gotta figure out which one is correct. I think it's this one. Probably not this one. Yeah, there we go. And so how do I know? How do I know it's this bottom one and not this top one? It's because this node was used in here before. It's part of the chord, whereas this one not so much. And a lot of the melody earlier has been using what is this? A fourth, fifth? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this is a fourth. So patterns from earlier would suggest that the bottom one is the more correct one. I'm gonna extend this one. This one extends here. This one extends all the way over here. And this one goes here. Something is not right here. Is there a... Hold on. I'm gonna mute the BGM for a little bit. I'm gonna turn this up. I can't hear it properly. 10. Let's hope this doesn't blow people's ears off. Where is that coming from? Is this the right note? This is an F. This is an A. Should be fine. Am I missing any notes here anywhere? No. Is it just that this doesn't work? Maybe it doesn't. Okay, well, if that's what I played, then that's what I played. I guess it's fine. Because otherwise it'd be this. Okay. Because I am free to edit what I need here. I don't know if this was intentional, though. Did I mean to make it a G? Maybe. I'm gonna keep this at an F. Yeah, I don't know what the I don't know what the intention there was. set here. I feel like maybe I should pull out my mouse. If you're wondering how am I moving cursor if I don't have a mouse, I have a track point. I'm using the Lenovo ThinkPad TrackPoint 2 keyboard or whatever it is. It's a I didn't pull it up actually. Lenovo ThinkPad TrackPoint 2. TrackPoint keyboard 2. Yeah. So this thing, it's a standalone keyboard modeled after the keyboard of the ThinkPads, and it does have the little track point in the middle, which is one of the reasons why I specifically got a ThinkPad when I did, because the track point makes it incredibly efficient to switch between mouse and keyboard, especially on a laptop. And I don't have to move my my fingers at all. But for cases like this where I'm using the mouse a lot, it can slip a little bit. So maybe I will pull out my mouse if I can find where I put it. Here it is. I have one hand on the keyboard and one hand on the mouse, and just keep it like that. And here's hoping. There's a very small chance that my computer just dies, because it has been doing that when I plug in my headphones. For whatever reason, I think I might have messed with something accidentally inside the case. But I'm gonna plug in this USB cable. If it dies, you'll know why. Okay, I think we're good. Alright. I'm gonna be slightly more comfortable, I think. That's the wrong key. Oh, I gotta disable something because this is gonna bite me later. Oh, it has bitten me before, actually. In the settings, there is somewhere in here. Editor, zoom, mouse position, scroll wheel, no. Auto scroll, no. There's a thing here where you can change what the scroll wheel does. And by default, it changes the, or it increases or decreases the velocity of a note, which is useful if you're on the note, and not so useful if you're not on the note. Scroll wheel use, editing, MIDI, just select note velocity. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna turn that off because I'm going to start scrolling, and it is going to scroll or change the velocity when I don't want it to. But unfortunately now I don't know how to change the velocity otherwise. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that at some point. But also I'm not changing any velocities anyway, so this should be fine. Velocity in MIDI speak is basically the volume level. The reason they call it velocity and not volume is because the velocity can change how the... No, hold on, this is wrong. This is wrong. Oh, this is not wrong. Oh, I was missing a note down there. Okay. Yeah, the velocity can change the sound that gets played. So the name comes from. So say if you think about how a piano works, right? You strike the key with a certain velocity or a certain force, and the pedal, or not the pedal, the hammer will strike the string with a certain velocity. And that's why they call it velocity. The softer you hit the pedal, or the softer you hit the key, the slower the hammer moves, and the harder you hit the key, the faster the pedal, the key. The faster the hammer moves. And striking it at different velocities like that makes for a different sound. It's not just louder or softer; it also gives it a different quality. Which I would demonstrate if I had my keyboard on me, but I don't. Ooh, I may not have wanted to do that. Maybe that's fine. Where did this come from? Hold on. Divide a note range, fit contents. That can't be right. We're about halfway done. We're getting there. Don't include that one because that's part of the next bar. This in here. This extends all the way to the end, I think. Yes. Maybe. We'll decide later. Good, I managed to figure that out. This extends here, this extends there. This is where I may want to consider increasing the shifts and alts. How do I increase the velocity here? How do I increase the velocity if I don't I don't have scroll. Ardor MIDI increase or change velocity. Change note velocity. Editing single notes. Click to select the note in either draw or edit mode. Scroll, I don't have that. I changed that. And switch to edit mode and grab the notes velocity lollipop. Okay. Have to. Switch to edit mode. This one. I need to change the lollipop. Automation, processor automation, vendor controllers, volume. Channel 1? Not channel 1. No, on the velocity lane. Playlist, group, solo. Ah, this one. Yes. Okay, so then I can edit this one to be a little bit higher. To be a little bit higher like that. So yeah, the lollipops here, most other... I'm pretty sure most other DAWs work like that too. They have these lollipops here. Ardor by default lets you scroll on the note and it'll just increase the velocity. But I'm pretty sure most other ones just do it this way. I'll keep open because I might need to do that for other ones too. I think this extends to here. This extends to here. Still want this one over here, this one over here. Really? Nothing at the start? Okay, sure. I suspect one of these is wrong. Probably this one. Probably. I think this might actually be this way, because it does this pattern here, so that should be the same across both, I think. Green, welcome in. I hope all is well. I'm working on my high registrar instrument. Yeah, all is well. We're currently just trying to quantize this human what was it? A human improv played by me, so that we can import it into MuseScore and make sheet music out of it. Working on a high register on your instrument. What instrument is that? If you don't mind my asking. Tuba. Ooh. Yeah, tuba I've been looking into. I looked at it recently, actually. because I was trying to figure out what the correct range for the tuba was, and I think let me pull up music score here. Tuba phone. What happened to the regular tuba? Hello? Tuba unspecified. Alright, whatever. Playable or standard for like grade 4 music? I would say like high school level is what I was looking for. So from what I understand, it's like around here is the normal. I'll zoom in a little bit more. Around here is the normal range, and then up here is the high range, and down here is the lower range. And you want to, the best, will probably stick to around the middle range here. From what I understand, which is thankfully where I've been putting my stuff. But so, for example, if we open up Mountain, I was working on that recently. Which, by the way, I'm hoping to release sometime this year. Hopefully soonish. Do I already have this open somewhere? There is a chance I might have this open somewhere. One moment, I need to go find it. Close this one. It's in here somewhere. Okay. Tuba. I still need to work through all the parts and make sure that they're. Did I really write this much of a boring part for the tuba? And by extension, the euphonium as well? Maybe I do need to change this. But this all looks like it's within range. I mean, this one's a little bit low, but it's still, I think, within the still within okay range. In the bass class, staff is considered high range, lower octave is normal range. Octave lower is considered low range B flat, and the staff is the tuning notes. Oh, so you're saying this is a little bit higher then, in that case. Maybe I need to move those down. Okay. Well, this one, yeah, this one definitely seems a little bit high. Maybe I do need to move those down. Zelly, welcome in. Say where to get instrument plugins. You're talking about VSTs. I may or may not be the right person to ask for that because I don't do instruments in DAW, or rather music production in DAWs. I know there are some, if you're looking for orchestral stuff, I think Berlin Orchestra VST or something like that is one thing that I've heard. This one I think is free. So I don't know, it might be something to look into. I've never used it. I think the BBC also has an orchestra VST or something like that. That's standard up until C. Which would be this one. This one you're saying would be a bit high then. Which I'm not looking to. I mean, it's not supposed to be necessarily. I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily have a specific level in mind for this one. As long as it's playable. But I don't think I want to move it down here because then that ruins the shape. I think I do want the descending shape here. Maybe I do want to move that up, or I'll keep that there. But yeah, the BBC also has an orchestra VST, which I've heard is pretty good, and is also apparently free. So if you're looking for orchestral instruments, those two might be something to look into, but I have no personal experience with them. Keep it as is, in good opinion. Think you're good. All right, well, good to get confirmation on that. Yeah, which is good because I don't want to touch this if I can help it. It already sounds pretty good, so I would It's unfortunate that the rhythm is so plain, because I have a tendency to do that with the lower instruments. I compose with a plain bass line with the intention of going back to it later, and then sometimes I just don't go back to it. But oh well. At least the trombone, I think the trombone part is a little bit, yeah, the trombone part is a little bit better. It does go a little bit higher on the tenor part, so this is a little bit more of a, I think an advanced, more of an advanced piece for the trombone, but yeah. So I have one viewer who plays the trombone, and he would complain if I didn't have this be more like this. If I had it more like the tuba, I think it would complain. So I think in this case I'm covered. But yeah, watch out for that. That should be out sometime before the end of the year. I do want to make sure that that's a 2025 piece and not 2026 piece. But I do need to clean up all these parts first, and then make the music video for it. Dolly, also, if you're not looking specifically for VSTs, if you can get a sound font player, the MuseScore, the default MuseScore sound font is actually pretty decent in my opinion. So that works too, if you need general MIDI. Can you pull that into Ardour? Yes. So I have... oh wait, you're on Linux too, right? I forgot. Yeah, you're on Linux. So, okay, we're gonna do a bit of a segue here. I'm gonna pull up another Ardour thing here. Or I'll have Ardour installed already for a while even. Oh, perfect. Okay, so if we have, what is my other? I had one. Right here waiting. Yes, okay. I can find my right here waiting one. Not the auto recorder one. The original one. Gonna wait for it to load. I'm not gonna play this because I don't want to get copyright claimed on this stream. But if you look for Ace Fluid Synth, this one comes with Ardour. It's yeah, you can import the to import whatever SF2 file you want. So that should be, if you're only playing around with MIDI, this should be sufficient. And then for SFZ, because I'm working with the salamander sound, or salamander samples, I can render that directly as SFZ. But there is an SF2 version of it if you want that instead. I think the SFZ version sounds a little bit better, but I'm not sure it's noticeably better. But that's liquids. SFizz is also an option, but you'll probably be fine with the fluid synth stuff. Yeah, I mean, SF2 from MuseScore and Ardour, yeah. So that would be my recommendation. That's what I use anyway. MuseScore General from, well, MuseScore Basic now in MuseScore 3. You might have to hunt down an SF2 version, but you can probably find it all in the GitHub repo. Not this window. GitHub, MuseScore. I might have misspelled it. NSFW. Muse score share sound. If you go into history, I'm pretty sure if you go all the way back here somewhere before they changed it to Muse score basic. I swear they had an SF2 version somewhere. Actually, hold on. Muse score, sound fonts. I think they have it linked elsewhere. By the way, day 3 on KDE, things are a bit less stable than they used to be, but still bearable and fine to use. I'm okay with KDE. I don't use it, as you can probably tell. But between KDE and GNOME, I'd rather KDE. What do you used to use? I don't remember. MuseScore General HQ. This one, yeah. Herbs left WM. Oh yes, I think I have tried that before. But yeah, you can go there and scroll down to MuseScore General stuff. MuseScore General HQ is probably what you want because that's the higher quality one. Yeah, you can grab that one. KDE is the good stuff. I recently came across somebody who preferred GNOME, which I guess to each their own, but yeah, I think between KDE and GNOME, I'd rather KDE. Is that because I used to come from Windows? I don't know, maybe. But I think I do prefer the way KDE does stuff regardless. That goes there, this goes here. That is rare, must be in the industry to be using a thing like that, you know? No, I think it was just, what was it? Their choice of distro was Fedora, and Fedora comes with GNOME by default. So that might have had an influence on that. But they're certainly not in the industry, I can tell you that much. Is that correct? I think that is correct, okay. Why does this go up so high? Are there any other higher notes? No. A job I interviewed before gave out Ubuntu laptops with GNOME. It must be an industry thing. Well, Ubuntu comes with GNOME by default, right? I mean, I know they used to use... No, they... Hold on. Have they switched out of Unity? I don't think so. Unity was based on GNOME. What does Ubuntu use these days? Did they switch back to GNOME? Oh, they did kill it. Okay. Yeah. No, that's 2011. 2017. Was it that far back? I thought it was more recent than that. Interesting. But yeah, GNOME, or rather Ubuntu, I would expect to be GNOME. Not too many windows open. I haven't touched Ubuntu or graphical Ubuntu in quite a while. I think most recently, when I was still working full time, I had used it as part of WSL, and yeah, it's been a very long time since I've run desktop Ubuntu. But lucky that your workplace lets you use Linux. My last workplace, there was a time when they allowed it, but then because of software requirements, where they needed to get certain software installed for compliance reasons, because they chose not to choose a program that was supported on all 3 platforms and just 2 of them, they had us use Windows. Or they had us use Windows or Mac, and I chose Windows. Well, if they want me, that is. Well, it's it's good that you can push for it. Must be a smaller company then. Their default. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, like I said, that's nice. That's nice to have. I do wonder what I would do, or rather, what I would be looking at if and when I do go back to full-time work. Because I don't know, as much as I like VTubing and would like for it to be full-time for a long time, at the state that I'm currently in, that's not realistic. So eventually I'll have to go back to something. I just don't know what that something is. Although, if any of you would like to save that off for a little bit longer, I do have a tip jar. If you want to send something there. Okay, Twitch, I guess fine. Well, I gotta find the Twitch specific link for that one. It's in the About panel. One of the About panels. This one. One moment. The bot's supposed to have taken care of this. There you go. I gotta fix that. Although very soon, I should be opening up more things that will actually have, sorry, words. That I will have monetization options for, and you get something in return. So watch out for that. I'm hoping that's going to be this year. That better be this year. But just to set expectations, it is not physical merch. As much as you all would like stickers and acrylic stands or whatever. Part of the reason why I haven't looked into that as much yet is because I would like a provider that has good prices for Canada. And as much as people use Fourth Wall, my experience with Fourth Wall shipping to Canada isn't so great in terms of prices. So I gotta find something that actually works. Did this extend? Yes. This small one is a little bit questionable. I don't know if that's... I don't think this actually exists. No, actually, no, it does exist, and I actually need to give it a little bit of extra velocity. Come on. Why do you do that? Why would you take on the rest of the stuff? There you go. That's better. So how do I know that that's actually correct and that there should be something there rather than deleting it? It's because there's one here. And the pattern continues. So if there's one here, and it was like that in previous bars as well, there should be one here. We're nearing the end. I'm gonna say that should extend to that, and this is the end. Right there. Should this extend all the way to the end of the bar, or maybe? But we can just fix that in post. Okay, so now here's where we hope things just work. So I can pick this up inside of the Ardor directory. I can find where this is. 2025 or 12 04. Alright, so in here in the interchange I have a mini file, whichever one this is, 6T21. So it's going to be the... I'll take 9, is it? Improv fix T21, so it's going to be this one. Oh. And we're going to pull up music score 3. Which I may or may not already have open, so I need to check that it actually check that I already have it somewhere. Score 3. Alright, no, I definitely do have it somewhere, and I gotta figure out which window it is. Okay, I think I may have found it. So I was working on the lyrics and the vocal part for Mountain, because I figured it might be nice to have that for the music video. But in any case, we're gonna import this. Okay, apparently that's not the one. 2 minutes ago, it's gonna be this one. Import that. We're going to have no tuplets because there aren't any tuplets. Max voice is 4, max quantization 8 is not a human performance. You do split staff. Do not simplify durations. Do not show staccato because there are no staccatos. Maybe do simplify durations. No swings. No clef changes? How bad's that gonna be? That's not too bad, actually. Whereas if we do have clef changes, it ends up doing this. So maybe we don't have clef changes because it allocates them a little bit better. Just slightly. Then we can change the clefs ourselves. But this already looks better. It's something that we can actually clean up, which I think is the important part. That goes here. This gets changed to voice 2. And we're going to remove. I hope this doesn't crash MuseCore because sometimes it does. Very good. And we're gonna have this at 80. And I wish there was an easy way to. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Pedal. You're gonna have to add pedals to everything. That's gonna be from here to here. And every time it changes, so it's every 4 bars roughly. And I'm using this because I intentionally want it to be a little bit more more vague and discretional rather than prescriptive. I find the other one to be a little bit too precise. The other one being this style here. This is the newer style. Time to come to bed. Good night. All right. Sleep well. Good night. Thanks for dropping by. What in the... Okay. Maybe this extends. Yeah, no, this extends. If it's every 4 bars, that means we do extend over here. One, two, three, 4. No, that's correct. And thankfully, a lot of this is going to be copy and paste because they're all roughly the same. We just gotta clean that up. The left-hand part is pretty much all just an arpeggio of the 3 notes. It's just a matter of putting them in the right spots. What is this? I think goes here, but for... Okay, we'll figure that out. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's some pretty high notes over there. Is this right? This can't be right. Okay, no, there's definitely a chord change there then. Right, you can't actually hear this. Hold on. Let me change that. You should be able to hear this, because we'll be working in here for a while. Maybe. Should be able to hear this now. Okay, no, there is a chord change here. 1, 2, 3, 4. But then why is this the same? It's not the same. There are just too many ledger lines and I can't read. Okay. No, those are all the same. I might consider... Actually, I should take cues from here. Apparently I did something here that I should... no, I don't think that counts. No, I don't think that counts. I don't know if, I mean, I did do a pedal here. I don't know if it needs to. Because I can just ped simile the entire thing. It's simpler if I do that. Okay, so from this change, it goes until the end of the piece. Okay. So we don't do this. I'm going to just extend this until the end. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and save this. This is documents, use score, scores, drafts. Guess we turn this into 2025 1204. Feels kind of weird to do that because it's not. I mean, I guess it is. Weightless piano solo. Sure. Okay, now we go ahead and clean this up. I don't know if we're going to do all this all today, but we may as well see how far we get. And that's going to crash. Come on. Oh, I guess not. Okay, I'm okay with that. I can close this now. I don't need to import the MIDI anymore. So what are we looking at here? This needs to be all one. I can get rid of the voice 2. I can probably get rid of all the voice 2s in. Is that right? No, I'm gonna have to do this by bar. Okay, so we're gonna clean this up first. Because I need to move all of these up there before I can start cleaning up the bottom half. So this probably moves up top. So I can make this that. Now this makes sense. This makes sense if you look at it from the pattern over here. Now I don't know what this means for the voices. I mean, I can maybe leave it like this. But that also doesn't really make sense. This would be like that, that would be like that, this would be like this. Which means this should be the second voice. And then this, I guess, would double on the second voice. I guess. This is a G, but on voice 2. I guess. No, I need both of these tied. Not to the next note. Or maybe this doesn't get tied, actually. What if this is just not that? What if this is voice 2, but it's in the entire bar, and you do that? Feels a little bit awkward. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave it like that for now. I'm gonna clean that up later. And I don't think this is... No, this is absolutely not low enough that we need to move that there. I don't think this is low enough that we need to switch to the bass clef either. When we can. But it also ruins the curve here. You want to you want to try to preserve the downward slope here, because that actually does help the reader. Because if you move it up here, nope, not like that. If you move it up here, you have to figure out what this is. But if you don't do that and you just leave it like this, then you can kind of just tell based on the spacing that this is just a little bit lower than this. And experienced piano players will make use of spacing cues like that. So it's actually probably better to keep it like this. And also, it's not like this is that low anyway. So this should be fine. Why do you do that? Alright, fine. I would use the keyboard shortcuts, but they conflict with some of the keyboard shortcuts I set up in OBS, and I need to get rid of those. Okay, and then given the pattern, this should be up here. Like that. This gets a dotted half. Same thing here. Except not like that, because this is supposed to be this. If you don't dot notes like that, or dot rests like that. Not in this context, anyway. Okay, what does this look like? I think I need to move these to second voice. And copy only the second voice. Or change this to that and then copy the second voice. Remove that there. And dot this. This should be voice 2. This should be voice 1. And it moved me somewhere that I don't know where we're at. This is the end. Why are you putting me at the end? Where am I? Why would you do this? I think it was here, but I don't know what happened. Okay. So we take this, we turn this into... Oh, but we can't turn that into that for now. Is there a reason why you won't let me change that? Hello? Because this is entirely reasonable to... Because this is too... Whatever. We'll just put that in manually then. This is going to be a D on voice 2. I'm going to make this voice 2 so I can just cut. And this is now going to be voice 1, so I can cut. That's going to be voice 1, so I can cut and put here. And then tie this. Make this voice 1. Extend to the end of the bar. Okay, that seems reasonable. And same thing, copy as second voice. And then this one also gets second voice. Gets this. Or sorry, this gets first voice. But it gets that. That's that. I wonder how much of this I should be able to copy and paste. Which I haven't been doing. Also need to change these to second voices. Right, because I have that not selected. Surely there's an easier way to do that. Wow, this is looking pretty clean already. Not that far. Just this. So at least I can say that the workflow that we did here where we quantized everything in Ardour, so moved the grid in Ardour and then quantized everything. It might be a little bit tedious, but it does work. And it working is the important part. Which means if I ever want to do this again for a different piano improv, it is absolutely viable to do that. Okay, sure. That confuses me a little bit. What does this sound like? I guess that works, sure. I'm not sure about this bit, but if that's the way it goes, that's the way it goes. This feels like it should have something down there. I guess not. Should it also have something there? It should. I'm gonna say don't play this one. Don't play this one. Why does it move me to the end again? I'm gonna find where I was before. Did we already process that? Undo. Undo. And this is where things get a little bit weird, because we don't want to do that. We want this. And then this one is G. We actually want this down over here. And then we want these ones to be down here. So this is a dotted border. And we do the same thing here as well. So that's a G there. Same thing there. We move these out of the way. Oh man, that is full of bass clef stuff. So maybe this actually goes down to bass clef now. But I'm gonna save that for later. It probably does make sense to move that down to the bass clef though. This is a G. Oh, really? That's a C. But the C down there. Whereas we have the G. No, hold up. This doesn't make sense. Where's the pattern? There's no way the pattern isn't there, because I'm looking for a D, and I don't know if we have a D around here. This is a C, this is a D, but that's a little bit too late. There's no way that's correct. Hold on. Let me pull up the original video here. You know, it's 2025 Weightless improv. Video, which you're not gonna be able to hear, but I will. Okay, it kind of gets picked up by the microphone. I don't know where this is. Because we did change the timing, so the timing is no longer correct. Because this says it's about 2 minutes in. I think what I can do, I can speed through until the beginning, so I'm at bar 40. Just do this at 2 times speed or something. I can probably go a little bit faster, but yeah, we're getting close. So whatever that was. I think it's this. Which is kind of... I mean, I guess... I don't think I would have played this though. But I mean, this is an octave. So it does make sense that it could be that. Okay. Whatever. It's still sensible. We'll take it. By the way, if any of you have any questions on what I'm doing, feel free to ask. I'm happy to explain anything. Oh, we're only on the second page. Oh, here's another one. Okay, this one should be fairly easy. That goes like this. This gets that. Same thing with this one. Maybe that is just that. I wonder about this. Do I actually need to force this to be dual voice? Can I just... Should I just make these single voice chords? Does it make more sense to do that? Maybe for these ones. There's nothing here. Unless we turn that into a whole note. In which case then it makes sense. And in that case, that actually does make sense, I think. It's kind of weird that I don't have it here too. Maybe it should have that there. For consistency, I mean, I don't play that. But there's also a bunch of other things that I didn't play. Maybe this should have a, have one of those. Maybe not. What I played was what I played. Maybe we should just stay like that. Now this could be like this. Maybe that should have been a G, actually. Because these are all Gs. I'm not going to change it, but maybe that's the way it was supposed to be. This is a G. Oh, really? Really? means that's gonna be like this. Calling on voice 2, but also not. Alright, we're about halfway done. Not quite, a little bit less than halfway. Oh, what is this? Okay, this is definitely gonna have to go up there. But why do we have a chord here? This is an A, this is a G, this is an F. That's what this looks like. That doesn't seem right. Where is this? This is bar 64. Really? Oh no, it isn't. It is that. Okay. So in that case, I think this is what this is. We take this, and this extends. This extends to here. This makes sense to me, kind of. I mean, it doesn't follow this pattern, but it makes more sense than having three notes at the same time. Okay, this is going to have to move up here. This is another one of those cases where this is the same, but we're not going to... This? Which suggests that the other instance was also this? Possibly. This is going to want I here. It's gonna be another G here. And then we're going to assume that's the case there. I might actually end up changing the other one. It's a G. Move this down here. And then these end up as... I'm gonna make these chords. Because this makes sense. Like this. That. Will be I guess we can make these voice 3 because voice 2 is already taken by this one, which means then we can copy this over, which we can't. What is this? This is a D. No, don't do that. Move this. High this. Move these down to that. Then we can get rid of this one, get rid of this one, and then this one gets also D's. D, D. Move this up to first voice. And get rid of the third voice to avoid issues. Move this down here. These should be moved. Second voice. So we move them up here. Get rid of the first voice. This one goes here. That gets that. And these get moved up to the first voice. Means this gets this. So what you're saying is that I had accidentally moved that up a little bit too far. Okay, so that's this. that. Okay, page 4. We're almost there. Just 2 more pages in a bit. Does it make sense to have... I'm not sure this actually makes sense. Maybe this is more of this. No, maybe this does make sense. Because you do have D's here. Which means it is within the board or whatever this is. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. This goes up here. This is a G. Right there. And whatever this is, why is this down here? I have no idea. Okay. That makes no sense. Why would I do it that way? 83. 77, 80, 81, 82, 83. Oh, the next one, isn't it? I'm lost. Where is this? Ah, it's over here, okay. So there is something there. Okay, so I think what's happening is this. Does that make sense? So then this is what happens. Okay, that makes a lot more sense than the other one. Does that mean that's happening elsewhere? Copy that, get that, tie it over. Here's this. that. That over there. Where's this coming from? Okay, that goes up here. Okay, a couple more systems left. I don't know if I was expecting to go this long. But at least I'm getting stuff done. That one should be up here, and this should extend with a tie there. Funny how I put all of that directly in. Can I swap these? I think I can copy, swap with clipboard, and then paste this up here. Yes, okay. And we're gonna have to do that again here. All right. Okay, cut, swap with clipboard, and paste. What's the shortcut for swap? Control Shift X. Okay. Have to keep that in mind for the next one. Which apparently here. Much faster. Okay, this is problematic. What is this? This is a D. Well, what's this? Why do I have a D here? Oh, that can't be right. Oh, where are we? Don't know how far we are anymore. This is 101, 2, 3, 4. Means we're probably all the way over here. Somewhere here. I'm too far. Stop. I don't know where we are anymore. This is too far. 98 and 99. I'm actually over here somewhere, aren't I? Okay, I'll try to find that. So that's gonna be. Oh, you know what? That makes a whole lot of sense. That's supposed to be a. That makes sense. Where is this? I'm looking at a DAG. I know we had that somewhere. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put a. That's here. I think that's there. Give me a what are these? Arpeggio. So does that mean? Does that mean the other ones also had something like that? I'm gonna have to go through this again and make sure that those all look correct. Because apparently I did some arpeggios and or arpeggio is it? That is an arpeggio, right? Properties. It is an arpeggio, yeah. I'm not hallucinating. I'm not misremembering anything. Okay. Almost there, one more page. Move that down here. And then have that there, and then have this here. Like so, and then this gets that, and this gets that. Okay, that goes there. This goes here, I think. Okay. Not another one of those, unfortunately. A little bit weird, but whatever. That's what that is. What it is. F. Okay, sure. It's a really long stem. Okay, we cut, swap, paste. Cut, swap, paste. And then this gets that, so we can move it to voice 1, then we move this back. Interesting that it did that, but okay. We can fix that, that's fine. These need to be voice 1 as well. This one's an easy fix, we move that over there. Alright, 2 more systems. Oh, that's correct. This is that G. I think this might actually be a grace note. Some of these are probably grace notes. Okay, we're gonna have to go back and make sure that that's what those are. Because one of the downsides of quantizing is that it doesn't pick those up. It kind of removes them. No, don't do that. What did I do? Go back to page view, and what did I do here? Okay, I cut this. Swap. It's an A. I move this to that. Move this here. So that, and then 4 more bars left. get voice 1. This. Move all of these up. Do that. And then voice 1. Gotta make sure these are all voice 1 so that they're all correct. So that when we move them over to when we select all the voice 2s, they won't disappear. This one moves down here. Okay. Finally. Then we can take this, select all the voice 2s, and I think gotta make sure that they are all voice 2s, and the only things that are left are rests, which we can delete. This all looks fairly sane. For the most part. And we can delete voice 2. And now we've cleaned that up. The right hand part's going to need some cleaning up, but I think we'll save that for another time. Sorry, 4.5 hours. Oops. To do on this is to see where all the grace notes are and put them in as actual grace notes. But, yeah, so grace notes and then... yeah, and then just general cleanup. Make it look nice. Funny, I was thinking I might actually program this stream, but apparently that's that didn't happen. That's what happens when you don't I suppose it's when you don't have a concrete playlist or set list of things to do. But I did say that was probably going to be mostly music related today anyway, so it's fine. Okay. I think that about covers it. Tomorrow, we're going to be working on a new piece, Luminary by Jelly Hoshiumi. I feel like I've been doing a lot of jelly stuff. We still need to finish Owl Fudge, but we're going to make a concert band arrangement of this. Like I said, Mountain, which we were working on before, is within its finishing touches now, so I just need to get that polished up, and that'll hopefully be out by the end of the year. So we're going to start a new one, Luminary. I do have a piano transcription of this, thankfully by somebody else, so I don't have to do it. And it's helpfully been transcribed in multiple voices, which should help a lot. But yeah, so that'll be tomorrow. Also going to be on Twitch and YouTube as usual. And then afterwards, there's going to be a Tetris 99 event later that evening. So over the weekend, we're going to straddle the midnight line so that we can get both tickets. So you get the tickets for the one day, and then midnight rolls over, you get the tickets for the next day. Make it a little bit more efficient. So 2 streams tomorrow, one at the usual time and one at the very late evening time. It's gonna be at 11:15 p.m. Eastern. So there's that. Is there anything else? Yeah, Discord. If you're not already in there, we do have a channel for music making and whatever else I end up doing. Tetris. Programming, whenever we end up doing that as well. For the music making stuff, you know, if you make your own stuff, or you want to listen to other things that people have made, that is a channel for that too. Is that it? I think that's about it. Stuff should be happening in the next couple weeks. I haven't forgotten about the 200 follower special. I'm hoping that's going to be in 2 weeks, because otherwise things get a little bit iffy afterwards. So week of the 17th, week 51. I'm hoping we can get it done then. And if not, well, I mean, what can you do? But hopefully we get that there. And now I'm gonna have to stall because Twitch is in ads. All right, stall for another minute. I'm not going to play that. Surely these are supposed to be up there, right? That would make sense. Given the pattern. Yeah, okay. That maybe that should go past the end of the bar here, but yeah, I think that would make sense. We'll clean that up. We'll probably clean this up off stream. I don't think we need to do a second stream here, at least for this. But yeah, productive day today. I think it's been pretty good. Welcome back, Twitch. So Twitch, stick around. We're gonna find something to raid. I already have somebody in mind. I don't find anyone else. But otherwise, yeah, YouTube, I most likely will probably just end there. The person I have in mind doesn't dual stream. So we'll end it there. And, yes. Okay. Trying to remember if I'm missing anything else. Watch out for more announcements. I think that's about as much I'll say here. The things that you find that we worked on today will come up again in one form or another. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you all for coming, and good night. See you next time, and yeah, I said it in the wrong order. Anyway, good night. Bye. so I have confirmed that I don't want to raid anyone else, and it's going to be the person that I had in mind to begin with. But before that, I need to find a song. So we're going to be raiding Kip, but she also takes, whenever you raid into her, she takes a song request from you and bumps it up the queue, the raider. So I gotta find a song that would be good to do. I think she's doing chill songs. I gotta find a chill song. If anyone of you want to help me look for one, it's right there. So I'm gonna look through this while we're looking here. I'm gonna guess maybe a Vocaloid song. Ooh, Lag Train. Lag Train. But it's also, hold on. No, Lag Train isn't quite as chill. Maybe not. I'll keep that one in mind. And there's also Lost My Music by Aya. No, actually no, that's not chill. Never mind. That's from Haruhi. I'm thinking of the other Lost My Music. The one from Tiger, but that doesn't have any words in it. And we have My Soul, Your Beats from Leah. It's from Angel Beats. Actually, I don't think that's too chill. And then we have Starting to Run Out of Pages. Gotta be something in here that... No, I can go with something completely different. It doesn't have to be chill or anything. Like Error, that's Error by Nikki. That's let's see, what else do we have here? Creep by Radiohead is a little bit chill, but it also she sang that 2 weeks ago, so I'd rather not. No Halation. Not really chill though. Ooh. Alright. Kanaide by Solta. Oh, we'll go with that one. That is certainly a bit of a somber song. Last played 2 years ago, which I don't think is correct. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this one. Alright, so we're gonna go raid Kip. I mentioned her earlier because she was featured on the Clips channel. This is the raid message. Like to participate, you can go ahead and copy that and paste it in when we get there. And enjoy the karaoke. She does this every Friday. Really good singer. Okay. We'll leave it there then. Thank you all for coming, and good night. See you tomorrow. Maybe. Yes, I will be streaming tomorrow. Whether you show up is up to you. Alright, good night. Bye.